Hello, everybody! Hope everyone has been having a good day. And welcome in. Hello. Please stop stealing my Blahai. Mean of you. So mean. I hope everyone's had a good weekend. It's the rules? It's not the rules. Anyway, even if it is the rules, heck the rules. The rules don't matter. Your weekend was there? Well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Pretty okay is fine. Okay, well, today I'm gonna be doing some art stuff. Your weekend was alright? Cool. Cool. You're tired? Do you need to go get some rest? If you need to go get some rest, that's okay. Yeah. Today we're doing some art stuff. I've been meaning to do this for weeks, but I just haven't been able to get, I don't know, I keep having to cancel the streams for various reasons. So I've been trying to do this for weeks, and it's been really annoying. But I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna at least get started today, even if I don't finish. We'll see. Yeah. I've been having a time lately. But I'm feeling a little bit better today. I'm not having to cancel stream bad, so it's all good. It's a little bit cooler. I've been having a heat issue, which has been a problem, but it's a little bit cooler today, so it's not super hot. I'm not dying from allergies, because I'm way overdosed on antihistamines. So it's okay. We're all good. I apologize if there's background noise, by the way. There's people outside running, like, walking around and talking a lot, so I apologize if you can hear that. I can't really do much about it. You're not hearing any background noise? That's good. That's good. It's very distracting for me, but it's if you can't hear it, that's okay. Okay. So, today we're doing the second of the 3 art pieces I promised in the subathon. Again, I meant to do this a few weeks ago, but it is what it is. I will get to all of the stuff for the subathon. You did hear people talking about it a moment ago, but not anymore? That's good. It's good. If you do hear people, I'm sorry. Yeah. I will get to everything I was doing for the subathon. There's the Pokemon playthrough has been going on. I'll probably do the Ocarina of Time blindfolded at some point once that's over. And then I'll look at the fanfiction stream as well and see how that's doing. I need to look at how I'm going to do that, because I'll probably need to get someone to proofread the suggestions we've had to make sure they're TOS compliant. But I do also have to do these drawings. And I've only done 1 of them out of 3, and I want to do more of them. I have not been practicing art very much lately, and it's been a problem. Okay. Okay. Let me get over to CSP. Yeah. So today I'm going to be drawing the second of the winners, which is Small Grape. I have an idea for what I want to draw with this one. It's a little bit challenging, but I should be okay. I'm a little nervous. I've downloaded a few extra pens, which should be fun. It should help. But yeah, I'm a little bit nervous about this. I'm not super confident with my art. So I will have to see. My art is what it is, but I'm not super confident with it. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. Yeah, we're just about to get started. Why is my background music stopped? Why is that not playing? Oh, right, it had just finished the song, that's why. Fair enough. Okay, I think I'm gonna get started then. I'm gonna try and not just draw in this little quad, because last time I drew in just a tiny little space in the corner, so I'm gonna try and actually use the whole canvas this time. So let me shift myself over a little bit. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. You found out about my VTuber stuff for a while now? Well, it's good to see you. Okay. I'm gonna try and draw a person. Friendo. Okay, here we go. So I got a pose in mind. Just kind of a... Start with like some like basic sketching. We have kind of a... okay, hold on. Let's start with the body sketch because I'm kind of not sure how I want to do the head yet. Body-wise, I think I want to kind of have like, if I just kind of do like a really rough kind of line of action thing. It's a little bit too wide on the hips there. So I'm kind of thinking we have kind of a... I'm already not using the whole canvas, so I'm going to change that and make it a little bit bigger. Kind of thinking like... Maybe the other way, maybe this way. The leg kind of pointing up like that. And a kind of slightly bent leg there like that. Then I think I want to do shoulders here, so we've got like the chest in here. And I kind of want to do a hand here with like a kind of like V fingers. That's kind of what I'm going for. What do I want to do with the other hand? I guess I could do a hand on hip situation. That might work. Gives quite a strong line of action down here. Yeah, let's go with that. I think if the head's kind of leaning this way as well, that might look quite good. Like that kind of thing. That's kind of the general pose I'm looking for. Okay. I'm gonna do some like more... Well, how's the proportions on that? Let me... they're a little bit short, so I'm gonna just tweak the proportions a bit. I think I want to just move... Wait, how does this work? Wait, how do I move? Thanks for giving me glasses. I just want to do something like that. No, not that. No, there we go. Okay. I'm still not super used to Clip Studio. You need to make me nerd to see the art, but I see. So I think that's the kind of vibe we're going for. I might just make the whole thing a tiny bit smaller so I have a little bit of leeway. There we go. Let's go with that. Okay. I'm gonna just drop the opacity down quite a lot. Thank you for the melon. Hot Pog! Welcome in, Raglan. Good to see you. Okay. Layer 2. No, heck off. Heck off, bot. Okay. Nice. Alright, so we've got... No, I'm not doing anything like super in-depth yet. We just want to get like a very kind of rough shape. Kind of thing. It's a rough shape on the skirt there, but I will get the like hips underneath. I think we'll draw the hips in first. Yeah, still a little bit. This feels a little better. Yeah. And then we'll get a rough idea for where the legs are going. Knee joint kind of there. And the foot going up like that. Yeah. And kind of this coming out a little more. Like that. I'm just kind of completely winging this right now, so I don't know what I'm doing. I want kind of like that coming slightly towards the camera like that. And arms wise, kind of want to do something like this. Kind of the hand. Thumb across there. Fingers down there, and then these two fingers like that. I think that's right. Yeah, that's about right. It's got thunder so intense the house shook? Yikes! Be careful. Hope you're okay. This needs to come out a little bit further. A kind of hand on hip situation. Okay, that's like a basic shape I'm going for. I want to just kind of pencil in just a quick of like where the skirt's going. Kind of want it to flow that way, like there's a bit of motion in there. We'll do the same with the hair, so the hair kind of like, again, like broad strokes of the hair kind of going out this way, like that. And again, face kind of facing up that way maybe. Something like that. Okay. I think that's this hand is backwards. I am glad I've noticed that now. That should be inside towards the body. Okay. I'm glad I noticed that now, because that would have been a real pain to fix later. Just flip that and then rotate it and then... There we go. Okay. Cool. And then we'll drop the opacity on that and delete that one. And then we'll start on a... We're just going to take it in layers like this and just kind of start on a slightly more detailed line. Okay, so... Sometimes people have backwards hands. Don't ask much when you might not like the answer. I'm not going to ask any more than that. That seems... Okay, how do I want to do this? As a void squid, you know these things? I see. A little bit further. Let me zoom in a bit for this, and then just... Thank goodness one of the dogs is at daycare today. Oof, yeah. I'm gonna not draw the hair in just yet. An ear here though. At least I'll have thumbs. Thumbs are good, yeah. Thumbs are generally good. nose to be kind of on this line. I want just to kind of like a that kind of expression, but I'm not quite getting it. I'll get it. Close enough. Right, eyes wise. Eyes need to kind of sit on this line too. So we're kind of looking at... Let me take a closer look at this reference. Kind of quite sharp eyes. Like... that, and then a notable spike there, and then we kind of want to do the same on the other side, so kind of want to connect that down there, so getting somewhere. Wait a second. You just sneeze, and then it went away. Spots here like that. So that's kind of like the face shape, I think, roughly. An earring here too. Draw that in now so I don't forget. That neck is in the wrong place. It needs to be kind of more backwards like this. I think also means the head is kind of in the wrong place. So let me just move this over slightly. Yeah, okay. Okay. Can I just pull that down and then have a... just come across here. It will draw just like the kind of nude shape in here. Hello, welcome in. And then we'll add the t-shirt in afterwards. I think. Well, maybe not. Maybe we will draw it now. Because I can kind of get a... I can get kind of the sleeve shape in here. Getting the right that's way too much. Getting the right shape for this line is tricky. That looks about right. Apologize if I'm sniffling a lot. I have allergies. I'm just gonna come in here. That, I think. And then down here. Yes. Like that. Okay. A decent start. Let me. This is a bit messy, so let me clean this up a little. Where's my? Yeah, you. No. I want to just get rid of this one line. I don't really get a lot of the vector controls on CSP. They seem a little bit jank. It's fine. Okay. Let's pull this back. Just kind of do that and let that kind of fade out there. Okay. And this is kind of a high-waisted skirt that's getting kind of tucked in, so we want to kind of quite rounded edge here. The skirt look. Okay, so it's kind of a ruffle skirt. It's fine, I can do that. We want kind of the broad shape of the skirt out there, which then kind of comes in like that. And to draw ruffles, you kind of want to make this kind of like looping shape like this. Delete some control points on the end here. There we go, and then we can move those to rejoin them together. Okay, and then you can kind of fill in the gaps there. Art is hard. I'm hoping no one is expecting too much for this. I'm trying my best. I have no guarantees that this is actually going to end up looking good. Hello! Welcome in! Thank you for the first time chat. I don't like this side. I'm going to delete this side. I'm doing my best and it shows. Well, I thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, I see. I think I see what I want it to do. I want it to kind of do this. Comes down here. That comes up here, and this connects to this. Like that. Yeah, I think that looks a little better. I think I want to just grab some of these and extend them out a little bit. Put a little bit more depth in them. Not all of them, but some of them just need to just go a little bit further. Hydrate, right? Thank you. I will hydrate. Pets! Thank you for the pets. I appreciate it. Okay. I think we're getting a decent start here. Just move this. I'm not liking where this mouth is. Good morning. Welcome in. Okay. Let's see. Let's ignore that for now. Let me try getting on some of these arms. Elbow here, and this needs to kind of go like that. And this goes kind of like. I don't like that line. Too thin. Kinda wanna go, no, like, no, no. Just turn my tablet a little bit, see if that helps. I turned it the wrong way. Let me try that again. That's way too far, okay. It's a little better. I just want this kind of like slight curve inwards, but it's going too far back the other way. I think something like that. I can clean this up in a moment. Just use this tool here to connect this together. Okay. We'll just neaten this up a little bit. I'm sorry if the music gets a little repetitive, by the way. I don't really listen to music while I'm doing stuff, so I actually can't hear it on my end. Okay, so we want... Hand-wise, this is maybe a little big, so I'm just gonna... Maybe it's not. The thumb... Got the... long fingers, I think, so we just kind of go. From there we do the same thing here. And then got a finger. Kinda yank it! Swooshing down like that. Another one. Swooshing down behind that, and now the arm is very wrong, so I need to just kind of like, I think what I gotta do actually is just grab this and just kind of move it into place. Like that, and then we'll kind of adjust this. It sort of fits like that. Like that, and then we kind of round that out like that. I think that looks decent. It could look a lot worse. Clean it up a little bit, but that's okay. Looking for a hard edge and then just clean up some of this. Let's grab that. Pull this down. Pull that up. There we go. Okay. Next up is the other hand. Just kind of... It's the wrong way. That's why it's all weird. Let's do turn the opacity on that down a bit so I can see more clearly. Nope, this layer. Lock this. Yes, okay, cool. Okay, so we're gonna bring that in like that. We'll bring this one down like that. I think that's a little bit nicer. It's a slight angle, so it's like not quite so thick. Drawing lines is hard. Okay, there we go. We kind of shape the elbow here. Get the lower arm, not quite that long, because we've got to turn that into a hand at the end there. I'm literally physically moving my, like, rotating my tablet around as I'm going. That does not look like a hand.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
Okay, I think I want actually to kind of like bring it back here so it's kind of like mostly hidden. Okay, I've got an idea, If I just kind of do one finger visible there. Have like a little strip there. Does that look right? Hey, Scott! I'm doing arts. I'm doing some arts. Not good in it, but I'm doing it. Okay, none of that looks right, so that might work. Hello, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. Okay, I think we're making some progress there. I think that's gonna be good enough. I don't know how to draw hands. Hands are hard. First step to not sucking at stuff is to do stuff. You're totally right. There's a great wisdom of Jake the dog. Was first step would be, what is it? The first step would, sucking at something is the first step of being sort of good at something. Yeah, there we go. That's the one. Like the Johnny pose. Me too. I've been cooking the pose for a little bit, trying to work out what I wanted to draw, and I like this kind of jaunty look. Okay, we got to get some thigh squish in there. I'm determined to draw thigh squish. So maybe a little bit much. Let's get some thigh squish in here. And just you draw the sock as a guide point for where the leg needs to go? That makes sense, actually. Okay. Let me try that. Let me try drawing the sock. So if they've got the sock kind of here. You know, into backseat? No, by all means. I have no worries with people giving me advice. I genuinely really appreciate it. Okay, so if we'll go and kind of got the knee here, and then that needs to kind of come with like a inward swipe like that, and then this kind of needs to be this kind of shape. So that's how legs look. Kind of got this. A little too much. A little too much. Recommend using a different color for the lower layer? I can do that actually. Let me see. Let me do that. I'm not very good with... I haven't really learned how to use Clip Studio. Oh wait, I have that locked. That's probably why. I don't know. I don't know how to do it, so I'm not going to do it. So that's where the sock is. If we want some thigh squish, we basically just gotta bring it slightly out from that, and then Have the thigh come into there. Like, I'll get it eventually. I'll get it eventually. Kind of like that. Yeah. Eh. It doesn't really look like thigh squish to me. I think I know why. I think it's because of the sock. The sock needs to kind of come out like this. So let me just cut some of these corners off and we'll redraw that edge. The sock is a little bit too... Hello! Welcome in! Sock's a little bit too sharp there, so let's a little softer edge. And then we start, yeah, there we go. We start from slightly further in rather than out and then go out. Okay. I see. I am learning thigh squish. Like that kind of thing. Yeah, there's a little thigh squish there. Yeah! Got some thigh squish. I'll draw the foot later. Do I have to connect that up? Give that a little bit of a fade on the edge. Okay. And we do the same thing here for this leg. Maybe a little wide, so it's Advice for limbs. You know the lopsided diamond shaped joints have in 3D software? Draw 2 of those connected. What, you mean like that? That kind of thing? Or like... that. Okay. I'm not really sure how much that's helping. Because, like, I already know where the legs are positioned here. But I could see that being useful earlier in the drawing stage. What I'm trying to do is get a line that's kind of like that makes the knee, but I don't want to draw like the whole line. I just want to do like so that's kind of forming the knee. And we've got, it's a little bit too early, I think, so it's, let's just draw the front half again. So this needs to come kind of down and kind of into the, oh hang on, there's two. I'll get it. I'll get it to my satisfaction shortly. Okay. knee is kind of like this. If we're just drawing like the whole bowl of it, the knee is kind of like this like circle here. And this needs to come down. And we can just kind of raise that and then kind of try and like that. And like that maybe. And then kind of a, so it's kind of the shape I'm looking for here is kind of a, it's kind of like a rounded and then into kind of like that shiny edge so I can make the ankle. Doing that in one quick stroke is a little tricky. Like that's the idea, but it's a little bit too exaggerated, I think. That works. Yeah. Okay, and then we do the thigh squish on this side. Which is basically like that, and I can cut that edge off, and then that, okay. Go into the eraser tool and just get rid of that. And if I just do that, we've got thighs. This might be a little exaggerated, so let me just do some slight tweaks to this. 4 arms are the same way? Yeah, pretty much. I can see that. Let me just delete every other control point here because I don't really need that many. Then we can move the ones that are still there. Get a slightly smoother curve. Okay. This needs to kind of branch out this way too, because this is a little bit too... It's not a lot, it just needs to make the shape of the ankle. Again, this is a little bit too much still, so we'll just kind of rein this back in. There we go. Okay. So now the feet. We have some shoes. They're kind of like, so the broad shape of the shoe is like almost pointed a little bit. Hold on, let me just kind of move my camera so I'm not off to the side. There we go, that's a little better. Okay. Wait, I just realized, why is VHAN not working? There we go, this is what it should be doing. There we go. So the shoe shape. I don't wanna... Shoe is gonna be kind of like this. So it's kind of... I'm gonna have the sole mostly visible. So it's kind of... that, and I'll just kind of clean that up with the eraser tool there. Then, if I just do the polyline there. We'll kind of... This is obviously not... This is too thick, so I'm just going to kind of do that so it's like a... That foot is a little too small too. There we go. Okay. Generally, this is what I'm going to want to... Note to self when attempting to give that advice in the future. Kites? Kite shape? Yeah, kite shape would be the one. This is looking a little better. Okay. Apologies for the upcoming ad. And then we have just kind of a flat shoe here, like a rounded shoe, and there's a just doing the shoe itself right now, and then we'll do kind of the underlying thing. So that's the shoe. I'm trying to make the legs fit into that is going to be interesting. Because they do not currently. So I've got to... Oh, heck. Should have done this in layers. I think I did last time, and I've made a mistake not doing it this time. I don't really have a workflow for this because I don't draw often enough to have a kind of workflow for this stuff. I think I actually need to change a little bit of this here. To connect that up. This doesn't feel right. Why doesn't this feel right? Oh, I know why it doesn't feel right. Because I'm a fool. Okay. Angles on this is going to be awkward. Just get rid of that. Okay. So it kind of wants to... If the shoe's off that way, which is kind of like... Hold on. I want the shoe itself. I'm just going to quickly get another layer here. I'm just going to do this in orange. The shoe is kind of like this. The leg is like this. So if the shoe's got a strap across the front. So the shoe, the side of the shoe is this, and then there's a strap that goes over like that. There's the gap in front. Okay, I think I see what I'm doing here. Just had to kind of like sketch that out to kind of visualize what I was doing. So we kind of want to go. Something like that, I think. Kind of. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. I think that works. That gets across the idea. Okay. Now for the other shoe. So we've got, again, same idea with the ankle coming in here. Razor out and get rid of this. Get those two back up in a second. There we go. And we gotta do the actual sole of the shoe, which kind of goes like that, and then down around like that. Okay, that was a lot easier. Just a slightly less awkward angle. Okay, well, we're making some progress with this. Next up. It's the hair, finally, which is a bit of a nightmare. Okay, so I'm gonna do the hair on a separate layer, because I don't trust myself. Alright. This hair is complicated and it's scaring me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Before I do that, I might just draw this kind of like, this like loop here. The kind of parting here that comes around like that. Okay, I don't really know how to draw this. Just like that. A little tuft out there. And this kind of... goes like up into the hair proper, I guess. Then we get kind of a... I've got this kind of like... That's all too low down. I need to redraw that. It needs to kind of... Because we've got kind of this fringe segment here. I really don't know how to draw this hair. Something like that, maybe? And we do a similar thing on this side, but kind of flipping over the ear there. Like that, maybe? Something like that. We have hair that goes over the top of that, coming in from this fringe segment. And that kind of splits out here into kind of like a another segment like that. Thanks for the melon. You can exit. I missed somebody following. I apologize. I don't have my alerts on, so I can't hear them. Thank you for the follow half an hour ago for Asteroid. I apologize. I completely missed that. Thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Okay, well. Okay, so then top of the head kind of has this split here, which kind of goes. Posture check, thank you. I will untrim it. Yay, pets! Thank you for the pets. I think we kind of want to keep to the regular shape here on this side, where it's kind of like quite a muted like curve like that. What I'll actually do is I'll just get that curve right and then erase the bits that go too far. This needs just a slight extension there to kind of cover that gap. This one is going to come out a little more because there's hair that I want to kind of bring this way. Like this. This hair is a nightmare to draw. Okay, let me do these little bits down here. You want to get you? You are getting me. Hello, welcome in. I'm drawing you. I give no guarantees on the quality of said drawing, but I am drawing you. It's pro drawing, so it's peak. Well, thank you. I'm trying my best. It's not necessarily going super well, but I'm trying my best. It's not going too badly. Where's my cursor? There it is. Okay, I think that covers that bit. But getting these curls are going to be really, really hard to do. Why do I have to choose such a dynamic pose? It makes it so much harder. I'm gonna raise in there. Look at that. Erase that bit. And I need to move this bit back in this way. A little bit too far out. Do, 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 do. You have a lot of hair. think we've got someone with that. Not super satisfied with the face. Hey. Boy. I think the mouth is still a little bit off. Let me... That's a little better, I think. Just having it a little bit rotated helped a lot. Okay. I think we can move on to flat coloring. I'm going to just save this quickly. I think we can move on to flat coloring soon. I want to make a small tweak to the face shape here. I think I just want it to come like out and in a little bit more like that. So let me just tweak this a little bit. Actually just delete a bunch of these control points because you do not need this many. Like that. Yes. Yeah, just having that be a little bit lower and kind of come up this way. Helps a lot, I think. Yeah, it just helps define the shape a little bit more. And then we'll just get rid of a bunch of those. Awesome. Okay. That's looking way better. Okay. I'm not a huge fan of how the hairs come out, but let me see if I can fix that a little bit. No, not that. Let's I think what I want to do is move this. Generally just kind of pull that in a little bit and rotate it a little bit. That's coming out like that instead. I think that just gives it a slight bit of extra dynamism. Okay. I think we'll go with that. Alright, I'm going to start doing flat colors then, I guess. New layer. Fill, refer the layers. Okay. Right. Start with the skin tone. The angle of the head and the neck is a bit odd. I am aware, I just don't really know how to fix it. Maybe I could actually. Okay, hold on. Let me try something. I think I have an idea. I think I know what needs doing. Let me just this. I think all that needs doing is it needs moving this way a little bit. I think that's all it needs. I think it just needs to move a little bit this way, and then we can redo the neck. I'll obviously move the hair to match that. There we go. Yeah, I think that is better. Okay, let me clean this up a little bit. I just need to redraw this neck here. Because that looks fine, I think. Oops. Yeah, I think that's better. Yeah, I think that looks a lot better. Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot cleaner. Let's try this again. Okay. I'll have to redo some of the hair here, but that's okay. Because that's now cutting over the hand a little bit because I moved it over. So let me just clean this up. Yeah. Increase the, not quite that far. Oh, you put me in a jar? Why'd you put me in the jar? What did I do? What did I do to deserve the jar? He's cute? Oh, okay. I see. Okay. See if we can't. No, I gotta. You fill in these gaps. There we go. Okay. We'll work on the eyes later. Best way to see all of the model. That is true. You can see all of the model with the thingy. We'll do details like the hair clips and things later. I just want to get like a basic idea of what we're doing. Okay, why is that open like that? Where's the... I need to close larger gaps. Okay, there we go. Okay. Right, I need to actually fill in that gap there. Okay. What's a fill tool? G. Okay. Wait, is it G? This G. Okay, cool. Okay. You know this shirt is meant to be white, but we'll kind of give it a blue-purple color just to kind of gel with everything else for now. And then we have a kind of dark blue-purple skirt. Not leg. The leg is normal. Okay, and then these are kind of the same color, honestly. We're drawing small grape today. One of the friendos who won the raffle during the subathon. Okay, that is basic flat colors for most of it. Now I'm gonna I think draw details like the stripe on the skirt, the grapes, and the hair pieces. Do those on a separate layer. We'll start with the hair pieces. So there is like a clip with a little heart on it. That is a little bit too big. I think what we do is just that. Okay. And then up here is what looks like a clip with some grapes on it. So we have a little, yeah, like a little grape clip. It's here, okay. Oh, I am no longer in jar. Okay, so there's the two clips. We gotta draw the grapes on the shirt. Gremlin mode? Why gremlin mode? Because? Oh, I see. I am art gremlin now, yes. Guess that works. And there's like a stripe I want to do in color only. I don't want to do an outline for that. I'm not a fan of this actually. Let me just... No, what? I want to kind of select just this. And then move it just this way like that. And then maybe make it a little bit wider. Yeah, okay. Then we can clean that up. Cool. Okay. There we go. I think actually I am missing something here, which I do want. It's actually, no, go away. I want to draw the back of the skirt in a couple of spots. It's like that. that way we just give it, just gives it a little bit more depth. And I want obviously that to be a little darker because it's behind. We're also going to add a little bit here too. Okay. And we also need what are we looking at? We need select this. Healer apple. Yeah. I will again clean this up later. The general idea. I'm gonna just do the. Actually, you know what? Let's do that, but then I wanna. Can I do a minus? Yes, I can. Because I don't want to do anything on this, on these under pieces just yet. We'll do that later. I'm just cutting out these inside of the ruffles here. Taking those out. Okay. Now we can get that smooth brush. And again, I'll clean this up later, but the basic idea is to kind of do this. That, and then I will go in a little more precisely with this thingy, and we'll kind of just turn that down and paint over the bits where it's in the wrong spot. Just should give the impression of a single line running across the whole thing. Yeah, that works. Alright, now I'm going to do exactly the opposite and only select the bits that are inside the thing, so I can do exactly the same thing, but only on the inside of the skirt. Like this. Carefully section out these bits. And then we do exactly the same thing. Right, I hadn't really considered that it was... Okay, hold on. I think what I need to do here then is select that. And then we do what we did before and just kind of do it backwards like this. We'll just kind of... Okay. Got a reason for doing it like this. Let's do this. There we go. That's what I want. Then I can do that, that, and that. I think that should make it look like it's carrying it all over the hallway. Yeah! I like that. Okay. Whew. This takes a lot of work. Right. We've got these pieces to fill in. So do that, we do that. Fill in the grapes. And there's this kind of quite a nice bright green. Fill in here and here. Okay. Wait, I missed one. There's an earring here. Okay. Oh, I'm out of my jaw. Yay! Oh wait, I'm out of gremlin mode even. I'm not a gremlin anymore. I'm losing track of all the ways you're messing with me today. Okay. I think... What is going on here? That is not cool. Just gently blur that edge so it's slightly less jarring. Okay. Right. I think we want to work on the eyes. I'm going to do on a separate layer because the eyes are a pain. I think I kind of want something like that. And then I probably should have done the fill first. Yeah, I should have done the fill first. We'll do the black outlines separately. Okay, so this eye is green and this one is purple. So we'll just do some flat coloring for now, and then I will shade them in a little bit. Okay. There's the green. We'll do the same on this side with the white. That's not enough, apparently. Let's see. I don't know if I'll get this drawing finished today. I would like to, but I don't know if I will. We'll see. Okay, here's that bag. It's okay if I don't? Yeah, that's a little bit wide, honestly. I might just... pull that back like that. Yeah, okay. Then we'll get this kind of purple. Let's see, we'll go for a brighter purple. Take your time and don't rush. Make something you're satisfied with, regardless of how long it takes. I would love to. Okay, I think that pupil is in the wrong place. I think it needs to be kind of more here. Okay, I think that works. I'm still not super satisfied with that mouth. Is it this one? It's this one. Okay. Let me see what I can do. I think what I want to do is just rotate it this way and move it this way. That's a little better. Okay, I'm going to take a drink of tea. Okay. So now that we have the basics of the outlines and a flat coloring, I think it's time to move on to the shading, which always scares me a little bit. Shading is scary. Okay. Let's start with the... I'm missing a bit. Hold on. Hold up. I'm missing that. Okay. We're going to start with the shading and we'll see where things go. So... here we go. And I'm going to make this a multiply. I'm going to use a kind of purple for the shading, I think, because I think that'll work quite nicely. Not sold on this brush for this. Let's see. This one, it's way too thin. I want something that I can kind of blend together into like a deeper and deeper shade. Maybe this one is actually what I want. So I can do a kind of light thing there and then kind of... it's too hard. I want something a little softer. That's a little better. Just kind of doing some kind of a light kind of dusting of shading across the whole face. I'll do some hard, I think I will do some hard shadows on top of this, but I think getting a kind of like rough, soft shadow here is quite nice. Got a little bit too much going on down there, I think. A little bit away from that, and then gonna change my mind on. Let's see, how do I do this? Change my mind on the color I want, but I need to now find out how to adjust the color, and I don't remember how to do that. I don't remember how to change colors in Eclipse Studio. Maybe we just start again. Maybe go more red, purple. That works for the skin tone, definitely. Why do I not have energy drinks? Because you didn't buy any. And or you drank them all. That's usually why I end up not having energy drinks. Because I drank them all. If we go to this for some more sharp shadows. Okay. That's not bad. Still not convinced on the purple there. I'll do color burn. That actually looks a lot better. That actually looks a lot better for the skin tone. Okay. Just a little bit on the bottom of the nose there. Yeah, just that little bit on the bottom of the nose adds a lot, actually. Although, I've changed my mind on that a little bit. I need to make some small tweaks to the outline, which I think will help a lot. So, first of all, I've got a polyline. We're going to just select the nose here. I'm just going to move the nose down a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. And then we've got to also like erase this ear. Hard eraser. Okay. Now we go back to our color burn layer. Take the ear brush and just give the nose that little underpiece there. Which I think does add like a ton to the definition of the face. And we're going to do the same to the hands. To the arms. So we'll do that. We start with this Dilly Smooth brush, which is in the wrong color now. That's enough. Give it a little definition there. And then we'll add some hard shadows in afterwards. With the Eden brush. That's quite a lot of definition there, actually. I'm pleased with that. There we go. Alright, next is... yeah. Tiny bit in there. And we're going to just add some definition here. I think that adds a lot, actually. I'm really happy with how that shading works. That's a lot. I'm really pleased with that. I like that a lot. Alright, next up is leggies. Leg. Flooshed! This is... oh, because I'm on the wrong layer, that's why. Just gonna get this eraser. Just pull some of that back out. Hydratorate, thank you. I will take a drink of tea. Thank you. Alright, gotta get a Ide brush back. So I can get some... turn that up a little bit. I can get some solid shadows from skirt there. That, and then similar on this side. Just want a bit coming out like that. So that's the shadow from this bit here. Okay. Then we need to turn that way down. Not quite that far down. A little bit of shadow around the thigh squish. Excellent. I really like that. I really like how that's looking. I'm realizing the skirt's a little bit low, but I don't really want to change that right now because I've gone too far. Don't eat my art, please. Alright, on to the shirt. We need a new layer for the shading. Needs to come back out to here. Where was that layer? Yeah. Good art, tasty, nourishes the void squid. Well, I'm sorry, but the art is not for consuming for void squid purposes. Try multiply and see how that looks. I don't want you to starve. I just don't want you to eat my art. I will clean this up in a minute. Okay, now we take our eraser, turn that way down, and we just kind of pull that back. Something here, okay. Then we're gonna get the... actually gonna go back to the Dilly Smooth brush, but at a smaller scale. I really want to get some proper definition here. Again, we need to get the eraser out and just kind of... look, it is very important shading. It helps it helps kind of convey the shape of the body. That is not the right shape, so we'll just kind of pull that out. And yeah, of course, booba important. Booba important is only part of why this is one I'm putting particular extra effort into. But it is a reason I won't deny. Okay, I do want to go into the ED brush and just get some basic hard shadows in a couple of these spots. This. Okay. Let's see. I think. Back a bit there, and then we need to actually go into this bit at the bottom and do a lot of shading here. Let's pull that down in scale. Not quite that far. I think I actually want to get my old friend tool out, which was like a fingertip tool. That was it. Just lets me like stretch lines. It's really great for stuff like clothing folds. Like this. Like that's obviously a little bit too much, but that's okay. I can pull it back and grab the eraser and just kind of run around over it. But there we've got some nice folds there. And then I can get this Eda brush back out for some of the like direct hard shadows on this. Let's see, I want to kind of I don't want to just have it just be the ones connected to that, so I'll just kind of like a sort of D shape here with a little tail there. No. Yeah. Turn this down a little bit. Not quite that far. You know, I head to bed now? Oh, that's perfectly fine. Go get yourself some rest, friend. Good to see you in here. Okay, I think we're getting somewhere with like the folds on the shirt at the up or the bottom there. I just want to give a quick run over with the eraser because it's a little bit much, and then we need to do a little bit of work up here for this. Because there's going to be some folds around here. Some stretching on that and kind of bring it this way. I really don't like this, so I'm going to just pull this out a bit, pull that down a bit, and then we'll rebuild that with some shading. And do the same up here. We'll rebuild that with shading. Okay. Back to the brush tools. So kind of want to pull that this way and just relayer over this a few times. It's kind of creating that kind of shadow where that should be. Going sideways, I'm just going to pull this up and down to kind of fade it in the middle there. We should have a really nice little seam. You can kind of work with that. It looks a little bit more natural than just the black line. And we're going to do the same thing here, except have it kind of fade out instead. We'll have kind of a rough seam thing going on here. You gonna do a little rant? Oh no. I won't stop you. Okay, we need a little bit of shading coming down here like this, which again I'm gonna drag. Like some of the skies, it's one of those cases that doesn't have a compass as any kind of part of its UI, and directions are very important. I see your problem immediately. I know you have difficulty with compass directions, so I can see why that would be a problem. We've got this same on the side. This is going to kind of come across here like that. Those out, but they are still present, so we have just a little bit of... Okay, I'm liking that. I'm liking that quite a lot. We need just a little bit more of the smooth brush up the side of the booba. Down and just... A little bit more of that side there. I think the shirt is going to be mostly shaded at this point. Yeah, I quite like that. Alright, I guess on to the skirt, which shouldn't be too bad, I don't think, because we've done most of the colouring already. We'll just kind of select the whole thing. Layer. And this one we kind of want a dark blue shade. Some more opacity on that. It's kind of and color burn? No, not color burn. Multiply. Maybe color dodge. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Darken. Maybe darken now. Difference. Difference might work. I think multiply is probably going to be the best. I think we need to work with a different color. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. So, this one's going to be a little tricky actually now I think about it, because we've got to kind of... We need this kind of global gradient to give it some shape. We've also got to use it for... detailing stuff. That's probably the Eda brush's job. I do that, yeah. that. That. Quite. Like that, and then that, like that. Okay. So that's given us a little bit of definition already, but we've also got to gradient this a bit. Okay. For that we'll use Dilly Smooth. Big out a little bit more transparent, and we'll just kind of gently gradient the edges of this. Basically just like swipe down each of these effectively, and then we can use this finger tool to kind of build some additional shape into that. One thing I learned when I was making pixel art, because I used to make pixel art when I was younger. I used to do it quite a lot. And one thing I learned quite quickly was that when it comes to shading, the point of shading is not just to add shading, right? It's not just to add dark and light bits. The best way to use shading is to try and add shape to things without just using outlines. Because you can outline everything, but it ends up looking kind of messy. So the main thing I end up using shading for is to try and add some definition to the shape. So it just gives it a little bit of extra. So you get a lot more like sense of shape just from where the shadow and lighting is hitting. We're going to go back to airbrush. Follow these lines and then kind of brush them out a little bit. Shading is going volume, angle, lighting, etc. Yeah, exactly. Shading's about making the art yummier to snack on. If that's what you want to call it, sure. Why not? Not really. Okay. I think it will if I turn this down a little bit. Maybe not quite that far. I'm trying to basically fade these line edges. Just to kind of blur the line a bit between shading and outline. I think that ends up working better generally in the long run. Does end up darkening a little there, but I think I'm going to get away if I can just kind of, yeah, just raise the end there. I think I can get away with that so it's not darkening the edges. was here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Last one? Yes. Okay, so I've got to go. Where's my colour layer? No, where's my outline layer? There you are. You. Let me blend your edges better. Okay, I quite like that. I think that skirt's looking okay. I'm not a huge fan of the colour at the back here. So I think I might just fill those with, yeah, a slightly more saturated purple. I think that gives a better colour. Okay, skirt is basically done. I want to add a little bit of shading at the top here. Right, there you are. With the Eda brush, turn you up. That. You can just kind of continue that down the edge of the skirt here just to blend stylings. A little bit here too. Okay. I am liking where this is going. Proportions wise, it's not the best drawing I've ever done, but I'm liking how the shading's happening. And I like this hand. I'm pretty pleased with this hand. Okay, on to the thigh highs. Another new layer. Okay, we'll start with the smooth brush. Just do a kind of... Wait a second, I'm missing a bit. We need to get these bits as well. It's coming along nicely, thank you! It's not the best drawing I've ever done, but I'm happy with it so far. I'm liking it. Pull some of this shading out. As you do. How am I doing today? I'm doing good. Had a bit of a morning, but it's all good. This needs to be a multiply layer. Maybe a color burn layer? No, not a color burn layer. Color dodge layer? No. I think it does need to be a multiply layer, but turn down a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Gonna get the hard brush in now. It's gonna just let me add some shading definition to places. This is not going to look quite so weird when I have cleaned it up. I think that's kind of the rough shape. We want that, and then we, because that kind of gives the knee shape. Pull that down. Pull that down. Break that apart. We have just a little bit of definition on the knee there, which I will go and add a little more into because it's all about layers. Thank you for the luck. Always good to see you around. Knee's kind of this shape, so let's just do that and then see what we get. And just doing some work into that. Not much, but we do have a little bit of definition there. I need to really actually look into how the knee anatomies is, because I'm not 100% sure how knees work. Love the squish, good shaping, thank you. I put extra effort into the squish because the squish is important. Thigh squish is very important. I think I want to do now is actually just erase some stuff. Yeah, I want some definition here, but it's getting the balance is difficult. Because too much just looks strange. But I do want some. I think this is too much. Yeah, that's clearly too much. I think if we just work in that a little bit more. Right, with a tiny bit of the eraser there. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. I think that is a little bit better, and then we'll get our daily smooth brush and just go like that to give it a small little highlight there. Again, run over with an eraser. I think if I can get some highlights in here, this will work. Bring this eraser in and bring the size down and just cut out a section there. The ankle may look decent. Ankle shape is kind of like that. But it needs to be kind of a hard edge like that, which I then blur out, not quite like that. Okay. That has not worked. Well, close enough. I think I need some highlights on this. I think I do kind of want... Okay, I think I do want an actual hard shadow right here. But not quite that intense. So hard shadow. Just a little bit like that. Yeah, okay, okay. I think that is what I want. I'm gonna just blend it just a tiny bit. But I think I do want some like actual definition there. Okay. I think that's good for the first one. The second one, we need to kind of actually define the knee here, like this. And then only in this middle section am I actually going to do this blending. I'm just kind of working into the shadows at the moment to kind of just build the definition of this shape. Just doing a bit at a time really does help. Okay, here we can have a defined angle. I know how to do that. It is quite literally, we do a little D shape like that, I think, and then I can just blend that just a little bit like this. That should give us a notable angle. Could be a little far forward or a little big. Yeah, it's not quite right. That's kind of the ankle shape there. We also want it to kind of be subtle. Like that. Maybe just a little bit taller. Like that, maybe. Further back. Okay. I also want some shading, some hard shading like here. Yeah. Do the same on this shoe. Bit of hard shading here and here. Okay. Okay, I think we'll do highlights afterwards, but we've got some nice like shading on the legs. I think I'm kind of changing my mind here. I want to just kind of raise some of this. There we go. Okay. Next up is shoes. Like, I'm not like taking too much time on any one point because I know that if I sit here and try and make everything absolutely perfect, I will. Not only will I be here for a million years, but I will also just never get this done because I know what I'm like. I tend to be very bad with this kind of thing. tend to be very bad at finishing things. Hey, pets! And I do want to actually finish this stuff, so... I promised people drawings, and I don't want to go back on my promises, is the basic thing. Okay, that's like the basic idea for the shoe. I think I want to like add a kind of pattern to the sole here like this. So I just gently do that with kind of like a small pattern on the sole, which I think works quite well. Other shoe is fine. This one should be simple enough. Okay. I think I'm going to start highlights with the shoes. Because I think that makes sense. Only on the kind of like side of the sole that I want this. It's just a simple add glow layer. It just adds a lot to have just a little bit of shininess to things, I think. A little bit bigger. I'm just gonna do this. If I do this and let's cut this out. So we can just paint on the base of the sole here. No, don't do that. There we go. Okay. We got some shoes. Now, I'm not going to do the hair until last. I think hair and then eyes are going to be the last things. So I'm going to go back and do like highlights on the leggings, I think. Yeah. This means another add glow layer. Just do a little Again, I can use this finger paint tool to blend this in. Fancy big soft eraser. And similarly, I could do the same thing on this side. Just give it a little shine. It just gives it a little more definition to have this kind of shininess things. I think we now do the skirt. And keep the back row off here. Okay. I'm gonna add glow layer. Just stretch these out again. Kind of give it a little bit more of that. Blending, and then finally we're going to just do a bit of a highlight up here. Just going to get hard erase at the bottom here. That. Okay, I think we're getting places. We're going to do the shirt next. Glow. Just adds just that little bit more depth to it, right? Just a tiny bit more depth, which I really like. Now, the skin. Is also going to get add a glow layer. This time though, we're going to make it just a slight pink. Okay. I thought I'd drawn the eyes. I was a little confused for a sec there. Okay, on to the hair, which I'm a little bit nervous about. Well, I've still got these to do. I'll do those later. We'll do the hair next. I'm a little bit nervous about the hair. Hair is difficult. I mean, you could eat the hair if you want to, but I don't think that's going to be particularly appetizing. Okay, we're going to do this as a multiply first. See how that looks. Maybe a color dodge. Color burn. Color burn might be the way to go. We just gotta give this a wash. Linear burn. A linear burn might be the way to go actually. Let's give this a wash and then we'll use this tool to kind of work it in. I don't really know if this is going to work or not. Oh, I think part of the problem is this has just been too translucent. Yeah, so we'll just do some darker swipes down here and then we'll work that in as we go. And I will do the gradient on the hair as well, but I'll get to that. A lot of it is going to just be going along there. Like in the strand direction. Making these kind of big sweeping shapes. Yeesh. Hair always scares me, honestly. It's a really daunting prospect to draw hair. I'm never quite sure how to approach it. But I will try. I'm just kind of trying to take these like strips of light and dark and just kind of match them to the direction of the hair strands. Kind of give it this sense that there's, well, more strands, I guess. I'll probably add in some like hard shadows to this too, but it's at the moment it's a little difficult. I gotta get a rough idea of what I'm doing first. Hair generally just is really scary to draw. I never think I can get it to look quite right. But I do my best. Like an Anomalocaris. Anomalocaris, I'm not sure. So every time I am doing one of these art pieces, I'm trying to kind of experiment with some stuff too, because I want to learn more about like how to do this kind of thing. I'm just kind of never really sure whether I'm doing something good or not. So I'm just kind of trying to experiment with things and see what sticks and see what works. Have fun messing around with stuff? Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to just kind of have some fun. Mess around with the tools and see what I can make that looks decent. You can really see, like, with a little bit of work with this like finger tool of just like going over and over and over these strands, you can kind of get this shape eventually kind of forming. It does kind of give the impression of hair to some degree. It definitely gives this like more, this impression that there's more volume there than the outline suggests. Especially if I drag in from the edge where there's nothing, so it just kind of, it gives me this lighter color because it's revealing the base color more. Gotta be a little careful with that though, because it's very easy to accidentally just overwrite everything, and then I just get left with no tools to work with. I gotta do the same thing with the highlights too eventually. A little bit. Get a little bit more. Get just a little bit more control. Nice thing about using the finger tool here is you can see these nice kind of sharp edges. You don't get these kind of like soft rounded bits like this. You end up with these really like, it like always tapers to a nice point, which really works for hair. You really do just have to keep working at it to get these shapes. Oops, accidentally deleted it. Little strip there, which I can do a couple more little strips down here, which I can work into. Not what I wanted. Okay, I'll do a couple of strands here too, and up here. And I can just kind of work in these. I think I'm going to do a pass of just like soft lines like this, and then we'll do some hard shadows afterwards, I think. I think that's how we're going to do it. Okay. Come on down here. Just need some teasing into place. Okay. Alright, we're gonna do this bit. So if I now take this and I turn that off, this is a significant difference shading wise. But I still need to do highlights, and I still have to do the gradient, which is interesting. So I'm gonna do a add glow, and we're gonna go with a white. Again, this is just going to be, I'm just going to like do this, and then we're going to work this in. We just sort of do this kind of thing. And we can kind of turn it down like that. And that just adds a little extra definition, so we're going to just keep doing that. Kind of going up and down like this, and we get this kind of nice zigzag pattern, which kind of conforms to the hair shape really nicely. Also, we need our hard eraser to get rid of the edges where it shouldn't be there. And our soft eraser, just gently blend these in a little bit better. Yeah, it just adds a little bit of extra definition, and I think it's worth doing. And then we do the same thing of just back and forth along the line of the hair. Just kind of create this nice zigzaggy pattern. Wait, I actually moved this whole thing. How did that happen? Keep on doing, please. When did this move? There we go. Okay. Let's try that again. Kind of want this rough kind of shape, and then we'll work into it. We're just doing it in like one wad of hair at a time, and eventually we'll have done it all. The hair is the bit I'm expecting to take the longest out of this whole drawing. Because there's a lot of it. Okay. I think I'm going to do a second highlight layer on the hair as well, I'm thinking. To give just much smaller and much more focus, just to give it some really nice shiny bits. Just want to do that, and just to give myself like a little bit of extra colour to blend through. And then we'll just do a quick run over with the soft eraser because that's way too much, especially over the top there. Okay. Okay, this is gonna take a while. Alright. I'm gonna just do a little bit here and a little bit here. Doesn't have to be quite as dense in these places, but they do have to be here. 'Cause it just gives it just that little bit of extra definition. Okay. It's looking good. Alright. Tiny little bits here and here. Okay. On to the next bit. I want to actually add some shadow here. I need to add some actual like detailed shadows, but I want to do them on a separate layer. So we're going to do this bit at the top now. Like this. Trying to like define some like clumps of hair using light and shadow here. Getting this kind of sense of okay, I think we're getting somewhere there. This is difficult. Having a hard time with this one. Okay, I'm getting places, but it is proving tough. Okay, I think I'm happy with that. Okay. Because it's definitely adding a lot, but it is a lot of work. Do like that. Okay. Need another bit here. Kind of build on that. Okay, I apologize for being a bit quiet. I am focusing a lot. This takes a lot of focus. And it's super focused and it's cute? Well, okay then. I'll take it. Next up. If folks do want me to yap, then please do just pick a topic and I can start yapping. As it is, I'm just sort of doing my own thing. Should be a fairly chill podcast for folks. Carly told me because you're at work? Yeah, I figured. I knew you were at work, so that makes sense. And no worries, I will just kind of vibe while I do my thing. I think when it comes to doing art, I've always been a little, nervous about it because I have known some really, really incredible artists pretty much all my life. Like, absolutely unbelievable artists. And it's kind of hard to, like, look at what I make and not see where the problems with it are, if that makes sense. Because, like, I can see a lot of issues with how things look, and, like, I know how I want them to look, but getting them on paper looking like I want them is difficult. And it doesn't always work out, and it's a thing. But I want to get better at it, and I guess the one way to get better at it is to practice. And honestly, I think part of what convinced me to kind of actually pick it up and start doing it more is the number of people who have dived headfirst into AI nonsense is part of it. Because I have done... Look, I am... Before I started drawing for streams, I haven't really done any, like, art since I was, like... Not any real attempts at illustration since I was, like, 16. I haven't really made that effort. But I figure, if people are gonna be like that and just be like, oh, but it's so much work, I can just ask an AI to do it. It's like, heck you, I'm gonna do it myself. Because even though I haven't put all the time into practice, I can still make something I'm happy with. And yeah, another important part of getting better is knowing it's not going to be perfect and doing it anyway. And honestly, I've always been a real perfectionist when it comes to a lot of stuff, and I've been trying to unlearn that mindset because it's not healthy. The perfectionist mindset is really unhealthy. There's a great phrase I heard a while ago, which I've been trying to, like, take to heart, which is, anything that's worth doing is worth doing badly. I really like that one. Because the idea behind it is better to do something not well than it is to spend a million years trying to do it perfectly and never getting it done, right? It is better to do something badly than not do it at all. And I kind of like that idea. And so here is me trying to do something badly in the hopes that eventually I can do it not badly. It's not like I'm trying to do it badly either. I'm trying to do my best, but my best is limited. But maybe one day it won't be. And then I'll feel better. Put this down here too. I think I mentioned it earlier when someone said, but there's a great Adventure Time quote that I think is applicable, and I really like it. Which is, sucking at something is the first step in being sort of good at something. You want to be good at something, you have to be willing to suck at it. Because the reality is, there is almost never going to be a time in your life where you try something out for the first time and you're awesome at it. I won't say never, because there have been times when I have tried something for the first time and actually been decent at them. Skiing was one of those. I tried skiing for the first time, and I was actually pretty decent at it. That was back when I was like 12. I've always been reasonably good at skiing. I like skiing, it's just really expensive and I don't exactly live anywhere where I can do it. So I didn't get many opportunities to like practice. You're gonna get washed to be clean at something Me and my local fighting game see people ask how I got good. Yeah. Exactly. You gotta suck. And after sucking for a while, you'll eventually start to suck a little bit less. And that's how you get good at stuff. I mean, it's a little bit more than that. Like, there are, like, things you can do to learn properly and learn faster. And you can absolutely learn bad habits that make things harder to learn in the future. So, like, it's not quite as simple as just do and eventually you'll get better. That was a thing I had to learn when I was doing programming. When I was learning to program. I taught myself initially, and I learned a lot of terrible habits that made it way harder to improve later down the line. But yeah, it's pretty much applicable to anything. You've got to be bad at something and be willing to accept that you're not going to do the most amazing job in the world on your first try. You've got to accept that maybe your first try is going to be underwhelming, and maybe your second try is going to be underwhelming, and maybe your third try is going to be underwhelming, and maybe you're not going to have an amazing result for your first 600, 700 tries. Damn, that 701th try is going to feel awesome. I think that's the whole hair done for that section. Now I've got to add more detailed shadows and highlights. I'm going to do the highlights first. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to use the ear brush, do this, and we're going to do exactly the same thing. Just swooshing up and down, but we're going to try and keep a little bit more of the definition of that in. That. Just to give like a little bit of an extra highlight, which I think works really nicely. Same on this side. I'm definitely learning practices for how to draw. Like, I'm getting better with each time I'm doing it. I don't think I'm ever gonna be like the most incredible artist in the world. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. And I'm okay with that. Because, like, I am not able to put the work in to really become a prolific, really good artist. But I'm okay being decent enough, you know? No need to be best, only good and kind, yeah. I don't need to be the most amazing artist in the world. I just want to be able to draw. Like, would I love to be able to just, like, create the most incredible art pieces I've ever seen? Absolutely. I would love that. But do I want to do that enough to really put the dedication and time in that is required to do that? Not really. Because the fact of the matter is that no matter how you slice it, that takes a lot of dedication and work. And like, I'm not saying I don't want to put the work in, but I don't have the time, frankly, to put that much work in. It's a lot of work. I'm not going to do this quite as everywhere as I was before. I'm just going to do little patches of like bright highlight like this. Which really should just add like a lot of extra depth to this. I'm literally just doing little scribbles and then just blurring them a little bit so that they get this like nice sharp highlight like that. Some with more success than others, I won't lie, but that works. Okay, we do a little bit down here. This. Like the most important place for this to be is like on the head, because like that's where the brightest light is going to be hitting the hair. So like here, I actually think that's a bit too much, so I'm going to just pull that out a little bit. We'll do a little here though. I'll do a tiny bit. Here too. Okay, and then we do one on this side. Just here. Bit just here, tiny bit. That doesn't look great. I'm going to try that again. That's all better. Okay. So I think we're getting there. A little bit more highlight down here, I think. Not much. I think the main one needs to be here, here, bit here, bit here. I think that should be enough. again. Well, up and down a little bit. Again, I think this is probably a little much. I am just gonna move that down there. Okay. Nice. Now I think we also need another linear burn with a bit of a harder edge. Probably the Eder brush. Not in black, we want it kind of in a purple colour. Again, we can use this stuff to kind of blend that in if we need to. It's just to give like additional depth to the hair. Hair shading is a lot if you're going into it like this, but I don't really know how else to do it, so I'm just kind of doing it how I know. It just takes a really long time. I think we multiply that? No, hang on. Any of it? Subtract? Darken? No. Difference? Definitely not. I think it should be a multiply there. It just feels wrong. Maybe I need to just kind of do a different. Maybe I delete that and try again with a darker color. Yeah, more like that. Okay. We'll go more like that. I think that will just give a better result overall, more natural blend. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely looking a lot better. Real quick save before I forget. Now I do want some shading under here as well, because this is like this. Okay. We want to get some down here. This. Some down here, some here, some back here. I think that will just keep solid. Then at the back here, we'll do a run like that, which will then blend like this. Okay. This can get blended in nicely. Basically just doing this to kind of add like contact shadows and things. Actually give a little depth to the hair. Make the layers stand out a little more, is the idea. And after this, we'll work on the gradient for the hair, because the hair does have a little gradient, a nice gradient, which I'll have to work on. That's going to be a whole thing. And then I think it's the trinkets, like these things and the earring. And then I think it'll be time for the eyes. Let me just leave that as it is, actually. Extend some lines of this. Drawing is hard. I'm putting a lot of effort into this, but it's not easy. I want to kind of go here to get the idea of being shadowed by the head, but then also kind of work that into the follicles a little bit, so the transition is not quite so obvious. Should give it quite a bit more depth by doing that. Actually, you want to expand that out to all of this. Pat, pat, pat. Thank you for the pats. I appreciate. I'm glad you like it. I'm really glad you like it. I am I can see a lot of places I could improve it, but I am managing to draw something, and that is a lot for me. I will get the hair gradient in, don't worry. I'm working on that next. Okay. You do be proud? Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Sort of this here, all in shadow. And then I will work with that. Doesn't have to be super accurate because I'm going to be blurring it out anyway. So, not that, I want to do this. Okay, I think that's this layer. Just gives the extra definition there. Which I think means we move on to the gradient. That's the base color, so if I just add this, and we're going to keep this whole thing selected. Gradient wise, we need to adjust the base color such that it is more purple. It's kind of a dark purple actually, it's like a blue purple, so we'll go with this color. So it goes kind of more purple on this side. And then it needs to kind of go green on the other side. Just kind of foresty green. Like this. And then we do a second pass to really get the colour popping. I think that gets us the gradient. Which means that we've only got a little bit left to go. I do want to try something with the outlines actually, but I'll do that last. Alright. Where is the colour fill? You need to be kind of here. Yes, okay. So I now need to do the colouring on these little pieces. Yeah. Take us kind of a dark blue, blue purple, and just kind of. Thing to this heart over here. Okay, and then we do another layer. Just white, we make that add glow. And we add a little highlight pieces. There we go. There's the little trinkets. I do actually want to go back to the shadow layer and just add a little, just a really fine little drop shadow on these. It's just a little bit of contact shadow for them. So they're not just kind of floating in space. They actually feel a little bit more attached to the world. Okay. Oh, the earring. Right, yeah, earring. I need to deselect everything. Add glow to the earring. There we go. And I think it is eye time. Okay, where did I put the eye colors? There they are. Okay. These are gonna be a bit of a thing. Eyes are a pain. So, I'm gonna select this. Okay. Now, for eyes, we'll start with this. We'll get a kind of bluish shadow in there. What am I doing? I need to build this into an actual, like, shadow layer. Means I can do a multiply on this. Wait, why is that? Hold on. There we go. Okay. I'll kind of work into this a bit. I think just a flat shade like that is not going to be, not really enough. Let's get a more direct kind of blur. A little bit softer there. Let's bring in a rim light there. That's really nice. Okay. Now we've got to get a pupil in there, so we'll get that in the main color. Needs to be on the airbrush. So I want to do something like this. Gently outlining the iris there. I'm going to do the same thing on this side. Back to the airbrush where we can lift that up. Then we need that green, but we need to do some work on it. We need a brighter green underneath. A darker green on the top. Darker than that. Okay, and the same with the purple. We'll take the purple. We get a much brighter purple on the bottom and a much darker one on the top. There's a bit more of a gradient going on there. We'll get that get these pupils back in. And we're also going to do this, I think. Okay. Now, I want to like double up the shadow at the top here. That. When it comes to eyes, the way I've kind of learned to do these is just kind of lots and lots and lots and lots of layers. So now I'm going to add an add glow layer. Here we just take a really bright like yellow. We'll just do something like that, I think. Maybe even a painterly blend on there. Yeah, I quite like that. And then we'll do exactly the same, but with a really bright pink. We take that painterly blend, do the same here. I'm not done with these because we've got to get another layer in on top of that. There's a multiply layer which has a kind of another kind of blue-grey shade to it, which is going to just bring that. It's going to kind of darken this back side here. We'll bring it back up in a moment. So we add another add glow, this time pure white, which will turn down in a second. Then I think we add another, where's that multiply layer? This one needs to get turned down a bit. Another add glow layer, I think. Where we use a very, very hard brush, like this, to add of almost boxy shape. Maybe that shape would work. Kind of like a D shape like that, maybe. Same shape on this side like that. And this gets turned right down. This adds a kind of glassy look to it. No, that's the wrong shape. What I think we're going to do is a kind of, maybe like a half moon shape. Maybe the other way up, maybe like that. Maybe like a D, like a vertical D shape, like that. I think that's the shape I want, more or less. Like that. And a similar shape on this side. And we just turn that right down. Get our hard eraser there and just kind of pull it in at the edge there. Down a little here as well, so it's got a bit more of a curve to it, like that. Okay. I think we also want to add almost a square here. Okay, and then I want to add further back down another multiply layer, which is just gonna darken edge of the iris like that. And we're going to get our eraser, soft eraser, and soften that out. And then I think one more add glow layer. Pure white. We're just going to clean up these highlights. Nice. I think those look okay. We're going to have to go back to the I really need to start actually naming my layers. There's my where is my body stuff? This one? I thought it was that one, but apparently it's not. Okay. Where's my layer for, is it color burn? Yes, okay, it's this one. Okay, I just need to, no, not that, I want to fingertip that. Just gonna lower that because there's some weirdness on these edges, which I'm just gonna smooth out. Okay, and then we need to do a little bit of shenaniganery around the eyes. A little bit darker than that. Just gonna add another layer, which will be a multiply. Just gonna add a little detailing around the edge of the eyes like this. Alright, I'm almost done, I think. I think there is one more thing I want to try, which is to take some of these outline layers and mess with them. Because I think there is a way to recolor outlines. And I'm not sure how. Because I want to just like paint over the outlines and recolor them, but I'm not sure how to do that. I can just add sparkles. That's cute. Okay, how would I do that? Can I do that? Maybe if I clip to layer below, will that work? Yes, it will. Okay, cool. That's how I do it. Excellent. So I want to just mess around with some like outline coloring like this. I think that will look really nice. Like, not a ton of it, just a little bit. Just want to keep it nice and subtle. I think it'll just help take some of the harsh contrast out. Just realize, where's the color on that? This needs to be way lower down. Oh no, hang on, it can't be. Okay, hang on. I've got to grab the color from this, paste it into a new layer, which is way below a lot of other stuff. Okay, so now it's actually being affected by shading. Cool. Okay. We're going to just do this for a bit. Mess with the outline colors. So that is those. Where's the next set? That's the hair, so we'll do the hair next. Up to layer below. And we'll do some hair outlining. I'm going to do a little bit. I'm going to be a little bit less blatant than this, but I will start with this and we'll work into it. I think this will look really nice when I'm done. What I want to do is get like a darker shade that I can darken that. I can kind of work in where it needs it, and then I can kind of fade that in. It's kind of needed down here. Yeah. Okay, and then if I have like a more like yellowy color for the green, pinky colour for the purple. That might look quite nice. Yeah, I think that just gives it a little bit extra, like a little bit of extra stuff. So if I just kind of delete that, yeah, it just gives it a little bit of extra depth. Okay, now we got to do the other layer, which is every other outline, which is going to be a bit of a thing. But I will do my best. Okay, so we want to kind of reddish pink here. I do kind of want black on the eyes, but I can be a little sneaky with that and just kind of tint them like that. I think that looks good. Hold on. What has happened here? What layer is that? I need to name my layers. What is wrong with me? One of my multiply layers, but I don't know which one. It's this one. Okay, this one needs a hard eraser to get rid of that. It's not where that should be. This must have got dragged over at some point accidentally. Which also means there's some nonsense in this corner, which is bad. I can fix it. Can more or less fix it. What a pain. Okay, well, fixed. Okay, back to outlines. Now I need a kind of super bright outline, I think, for the shirt. Yeah. Clip Studio Paint is a really cool tool. I really like it. It's a very, very good tool. Okay, we've got to get a darker shade here. Back to the brighter one up here. Darker again, this just comes down here. Brighter again across here. This needs to be more bluish. Yeah, like that. Need a darker one for this bottom edge. Kind of do that. Should give it this really nice additional bit of depth. Yeah, I'm liking this a lot actually. I think this is working really well. Okay, so we need this kind of red brownish. For these fingies. Might need to go into a darker shade here. Yes, we do. Okay. It's accidentally dipped out of range by tracking. That's fine. It happens sometimes. Okay. got to do this for the thighs. It's a little bit smaller, so I can get a little bit more up in there. Okay. Now back to this kind of bluish. For the thigh highs. We'll sort the shoes out in a second. Okay. Okay, and then we get this kind of very dark blue for the shoes themselves. Almost black, but not quite. And there we go. I think we are basically finished. I'm very pleased with this. It's not the best piece of art I've done, but I'm pretty happy with it. I'm gonna add a quick background, I think, because I think the last one was kind of missing a background. So I'm gonna just it's gonna just be a flat color with like a thingy. To paraphrase, art more like fine art, great work, go get yourself multiple cookies. I would love to get myself multiple cookies, actually. That would be really great. Let's see, let's get kind of like a pastel purple. Yeah, like that. Let's not refer other layers, let's only refer editing layer. And then we're gonna take everything here and group it up. Move the whole thing a little bit. And then, I don't really know how to do this, but I want to make... Hold on, what if I refer to all layers? Can I do it like this? Okay, this is what I was looking for. I don't want to do a thing. I don't know how to do it, but I want to give it a try. This probably isn't the best way to do this. Okay. So select, shrink selected area by 20 pixels. Okay. Then select invert selected area. And then fill white. Hey, it worked. And I actually want to make this other bit of gradient, so gradient from white to kind of purple to kind of pale purple, and then just do okay, hold on. Okay, let's try this again. We'll start over. Gradient. It's a little bit saturated. Like that. And then if I just do exactly what I did before and select everything outside the art piece. Like so. We'll actually make a new layer. Select, shrink selected area by 20 pixels, invert selected area, fill white, Deselect. Okay! I'm liking this. I think this is really good. And then I'm gonna add a little, I'm gonna add my, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna add my logo to it. Wait, how do I do this? Can I do this? Can you let me do this? There we go. I'm gonna add my logo. I'm gonna do it as like a screen at like 50%. There we go. In Photoshop and Creator, you can give layer effects to folders. If a stroke's on it, you can just put the whole thing in a folder. CSP has no layer effects whatsoever. You just don't get layer effects in CSP. But there we are. I am pretty happy with this. It's not the best piece of art I've ever drawn, but I'm pretty happy with it. I'm going to save this as a PNG. Okay. Well, this was my plan for my art today, and I'm so glad we got it finished. Nice. Thank you for the nice. And a pet, yay. Okay. That wasn't too bad. That only took me 4.5 hours, more or less. About 4 hours, actually. More like 4 hours. That's not too bad. Hydratorate. Thank you. I will hydratorate. And posture check. And get pet. Yay! Alright. And a melon. Oh, that's all the things. Alright. I'm going to drop us into the chatting screen. And I'll find us somebody to raid in a moment. Thank you for joining me today, everyone. This has been super good. Yay, pets! I've been trying to get this done for over a month now. And I just, every time I scheduled the art stream, something came up. And I'm so glad I finally got it done. I'm quite pleased with that. It's not the best piece of art I've ever done. It's not the best piece of art in the world. But it is, I'm happy with it. And I think that's the important thing. And to be totally fair, I made no promises as to the quality when I made the raffle, so... Alright. This is super fun. Unless something changes, I will be streaming tomorrow with Mooney with more of the Pokemon Nuzlocke, which I'm looking forward to. That's been really fun so far. And then on Wednesday is just like normal, and on Thursday, because normally this would be my Xenoblade slot, Thursday is Xenoblade instead. Because I just really wanted to get this art done. I have one more piece of art to do from the subathon, and then after that I'm free and I can draw whatever I like. It's fine. I'm quite enjoying drawing these. It gives me something to do to draw. And I might at some point just like do a raffle for people to submit their OCs and just be like, post your OCs somewhere, and I might draw one on stream at some point, because it gives me something to draw, and that's honestly one of the hardest parts of practice, is just thinking of something to draw. So having like a whole thing is nice. Alright, I'm gonna find us somebody to raid. I'm sure there is somebody cool streaming right now. Definitely looking forward to seeing what you do with the last one. I have some sort of idea. I need to come up with a pose and stuff, but you know what? There is a very, very cool artist streaming right now. Why don't we go dunk on Nowlin? Nowlin is absolutely lovely and an absolutely incredible artist. It's drawn me a couple of times actually. But why don't we go dunk on Nowlin? Okay, so I'm gonna set us into a raid for Nowlin, and I will give us a raid message. Raid message will be... It's very simple. I think, unless somebody has a suggestion. Could we do art raid? And if you're not subbed, then you can use this one instead. Just spam that in the chat when when we raid through, and go be nice to Nowlin, because Nowlin is lovely. Thank you all for joining me today, everybody. I have had an incredible time, and I am really looking forward to the rest of this week's streams. Thanks for joining me, everybody. I will see you all hopefully tomorrow. Bye.